1.
On cam.
Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, now we're live.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. So before we proceed with the pre-conference activities, Sarika, would you like to lead the prayer for everyone?
Okay, let us put ourselves in the holy presence of the Lord. Dear Lord, you have given us life and salvation of our soul. Forgive us, Lord, for our wrongdoings. Thank you for blessing us with the opportunity to hold the Model UN during this trying time. We would also want to thank you, Lord, for all the blessings you have given us. We thank you for your guidance and protection. For our Model UN, we hope we would be able to create a draft resolution successfully and gain knowledge from this event. We ask this through your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Sarika, for the morning prayer. Now let us proceed. Good morning, everyone, to our delegates, our guests, and everyone watching this conference at home. I am Jillian Gamalinda, the Secretary General of the HEDCen Model United Nations. I will be overlooking this event and ensure that everything is going according to plan. If the delegates have any questions, they can approach me or any of the committee heads, Mayumi Barcena, Brianna Rodriguez, or Joshua Villalobos. Today is a very special day. We are now holding the 2021 HEDCen Model United Nations. For this year, the organizations we have chosen to tackle as a highlight for the HEDMAN conference are the World Health Organization and United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, or UNESCO. We would also like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Pefianco and Ms. Pamela Del Valle, who will both be delivering their talk later to the delegates. So, I would just like to ask everyone, how are we feeling? Delegates, if you're here, please wave to everyone watching at home. Okay, I'd just like to call few delegates to ask how they're feeling. Indonesia, how are you feeling right now?
I feel very nervous.
Do you expect anything later in the debate?
I hope all of our resolutions will be agreed.
Okay, thank you, Indonesia. How about Russia? Russia, how are you feeling?
Also, I feel nervous, but also excited, and I can't wait to find out what we have in store for today.
Thank you. Okay, Iraq, how about you?
I feel fine. Thank you.
Okay, so we are just waiting for our guest speakers. So please just stay put and as we wait for our guest speakers. Okay, everyone. So just turn on your cameras because we are being live streamed in YouTube right now, and there are a lot of people watching. Wow! Say hi to the people watching in YouTube. Okay, so for now, I will just be going through the rules and procedures once again to remind the delegates of what needs to be done later. But unless the delegates have any questions they would want to ask or clarifications they would have for the procedures later, anything that you want to ask, may malabo ba? Is there anything not clear to you for the procedures? Delegates, hello. You can ask questions about. Okay, so I'll just undergo through the papers that you need to have prepared for later. So we need the position papers. So a position paper is a document that will be made individually by the delegates. This should give an overview of the country's opinions or insights about the topic at hand. It should include short backgrounds of the topic, previous actions taken by the country and its effects, country's position to the topics, and their possible solutions regarding the topics. So also with the position paper, you need to have on-hand draft resolutions. So a draft resolution is a formally written document assigned to a particular issue, discussing or creating and voting upon these resolutions are primarily the main activity for this year's Model UN conference. A resolution is usually short and straight to the point. One sentence should be enough. The resolution is divided into subclauses. It is divided into three parts: heading, preambulatory clauses, and operative clauses. So for the rules and procedures later, I would just like to clarify that first we will have the roll call for for all the delegates in the committee, and the delegates will then set the motion to set the agenda. So the delegates will be the ones choosing which topic they would want to tackle first among the two topics. So after that, we will have the opening speeches. So the delegates will talk about their position papers. So as the speaker submits their speech, they must refer to themselves in a third person point of view. So you will talk as this delegate believes that this issue can only be solved by X. An assigned speaker must be concise while delivering his or her speech, and it must last for a maximum of 90 seconds. If a speaker has much time left after the speech, he or she must say, I yield my time to the chair. So we won't acknowledge any other phrase except for I yield my time to the chair. So the chairs will also be the one to set the debating time. And we also have the general speakers list. So the general speakers are additional speech to decide how the debate will go. If you have more information left to say in your resolution paper, you may say them here at the general speakers list. After that, the delegates may decide to entertain a moderated caucus. So here you can say your resolution papers and your plans regarding your country, and if you would want to form an alliance or a bloc. So lobbying for the unmoderated caucus, this is where you form groups, or you can do it alone to make a resolution paper which will be presented to your committee later. So the time allotted will be up to the delegates. So choose wisely at how much time you would want for the unmoderated caucus. A delegate can also request for breakout rooms with the countries they plan to form an alliance with. Delegates may speak of a resolution they are in favor of, and the delegates may also speak a resolution they are against of. So for this, you have the signal time in favor of and time against. As for the voting procedures, you have to use the participants panel. So yes, if you are in favor of the resolution, no, if you're against it. Unless you agree or don't agree, you can abstain. So is just recall with the points. So we have point of information. If a speaker has finished the speech and opens himself up to points of informations, other delegates may ask the speaker a question. Only one point of information is to be asked per delegate, and only one answer is to be provided by the delegate who is questioned. Point of parliamentary inquiry, delegates may rise and ask a question to the chairs about the rules of procedure. So if ever you are confused about the flow of the program, or if you have any questions regarding the rules in the delegates guide, you can ask for a point of parliamentary inquiry. So, point of personal privilege. Delegates may use this point to express personal discomfort which affects their participation, such as, but not limited to, the need to use the restroom. So if you want to excuse yourself, you want to go to the bathroom or you have technical difficulties, you can say point of personal privilege for you to fix and compose yourself. Point of order. This point can be raised to state any procedural inaccuracy. It can be used by the delegate to remark a formal error by the chair or another delegate. This point must be stated in a courteous and respectful manner rather than in a taunting way. Request for a right to reply. If a delegate is mentioned or offended in a speech of another delegate, the former delegate may use this point to defend himself. They may also request for an official apology. So if you are offended or you are threatened by the other delegates, you can request for a right to reply, and the delegates will request for an official apology from this certain delegate. So motions are very important here since motion is for setting the agenda, attending the debate time, and so on and so forth. So for motion to set the agenda, proposing the order in which issues before a committee will be discussed. Everyone in the committee must vote for either against the motion or with them. This is very important because when there are two topics, the agenda is set automatically after the vote. So choose wisely which topic you would want to proceed with. You can only do this once, and once the voting is closed, you can no longer change the topic. Motion to extend debate time. This allocates more time for debate in the current period. So, for example, 1 minute and 30 seconds is not enough for you. You would like the motion to extend the debate time, you can do so. Motion to make an amendment. An amendment is used to either change, add, or strike a clause in the resolution. Delegates must vote upon the amendment. Motion to make an amendment to the second degree. An amendment to the second degree is used to change an amendment that and is voted upon. If the amendment to the second degree passes with a simple majority, the entire amendment passes. Motion to make a friendly amendment. A friendly amendment fixes an error in grammar, spelling, or similar in the resolution. If the main submitter agrees to the change, there will be no voting on a friendly agreement. A friendly amendment, I'm sorry. Motion to declare this an important question. The motion increases the majority that a resolution needs to pass to 75%. Only issues involving international peace and security can be made an important question. Motion to entertain a moderated caucus. A form of continuous debate in which speakers give their positions to the topic at hand. Usually, you must give a purpose, speaking time, and total time when making this motion. So for motions, those are the most important motions. So for lobbying, during lobbying, the delegates also have the opportunity to take the resolutions to other delegates and try to gain support for their ideas. Delegates have the option to modify the resolution at the suggestion of others or merge solutions if they find another delegate with similar proposals. Lobbying takes place in the individual committee rooms. So if you would want to gain support from your fellow delegates and would want to form blocks or alliances with them, lobbying would be the perfect solution for you. So for resolutions, resolutions are meant to make suggestions for improvement or solutions for the issue at hand. So before the conference, each delegate should at least prepare a few operative clauses, at best a draft resolution. So delegates, I expect that you already have your position papers and draft resolutions ready. Please thumbs up if you have your position papers and draft resolutions ready. So amendments, as I said earlier, an amendment is a change to a resolution. So if you think the resolution is good, but there are some parts that need to be changed, the motions that were mentioned earlier is what you need to do in order to settle with an agreement with the amendments. So voting procedures. So voting procedures usually happen for the draft resolutions and committee resolutions. So voting on resolutions, after the set debate time on the resolution has run out, the committee will vote on the resolution as a whole. During the voting procedure, all talking and no passing will be suspended. Delegates may vote in favor, against, or they may abstain. So if a simple majority, or so 50% of the delegates plus one votes in favor of the resolution, it passes. Unless there has been a motion to declare the resolution an important question, or in that case, 75% of the committee will have to vote in favor of the resolution to make it pass. So that's it for the basic rules and procedures. Later, so dress code, delegates are expected to wear formal attire. Female delegates are asked to wear blazers and skirt or suit trousers. Male delegates are asked to wear a suit and tie. All delegates must wear formal shoes, but we won't be strict with that. We just need to see your upper body. It has to be formal. So also use formal language later during the discussion. Delegates must use formal language, meaning all delegates must speak in third person or first person. And please try to use straight English only. As for the breaks, there will be breaks in between committee sessions. Breaks during the first day will last 30 minutes before the first committee session and 1 hour before proceeding with the next session. A 15-minute break is allotted on Saturday before the General Assembly, where you will present the committee resolutions that have been passed today. So that's it basically. Delegates, do you have any further questions regarding the Model UN conference? Okay, so I would just like to acknowledge that one of our guest speaker is already here. Can you give a round of applause for Dr. Erlinda Tefianco? Thank you, Dr. Erlinda, for taking your time for us today and give a talk later. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
very much.
So there are already breakout rooms that have been assigned. We will just wait for our other guest speaker for them to be formally introduced. Good morning, Dr. Erlinda.
Good morning, Julian.
Good morning po. How are you feeling today, Dr. Erlinda?
Okay, good.
I'm glad that you're here. So, what are your expectations later for the conference po?
Well, actually, a lot, no? Just tell me when I will begin. I prepared something to share with you. In fact, I'm very impressed that you're taking up such a big responsibility of being a model UN. Okay, just tell me, Julian, and I'm ready. Start.
Thank you po, Dr. Erlinda. So we have 5 minutes more before the pre-conference task of speakers who deliver their talks later. So delegates, please prepare yourself for the talk. So apparently Miss Pam is experiencing technical difficulties on delegates. Let's just please wait for her and just stay in your seats and turn on your cameras, but mute your mics, please. Thank you. So we invited Dr. Erlinda Pefianco and Miss Pam today to give a talk since they are specializing in this field. So Dr. Erlinda Pefianco is actually a doctor in education. So she will be talking for the UNESCO group. And Miss Pam is a nutritionist and she specializes in nutrition and dietetics. That is why we invited her to talk for the World Health Organization. Okay, so since it is already 8:30, delegates of UNESCO, please stay in this room, and Dr. Erlinda, please stay po in this room. Thank you. Who delegates, please go to the room that will be directed in the link below sent by Caleb. Um, yes, our other rapporteur. For the who delegates, please go to that Zoom meeting and wait for Miss Pam. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General.
Hello, good morning, Dr. La.
Yes, good morning.
Hello po. Please, Dr. Lat, please proceed po to the link po provided below po, the Zoom meeting for the WHO.
Sorry, are you asking me to join another link?
Miss Pam po.
Okay.
The link is here po for the Thank you po. You may click the link na po. Thank you. Okay, good morning, delegates. May I call on the chair for UNESCO to please give our formal introductions for our guest speaker today. Thank you.
Today, our distinguished delegates will be tackling problems regarding racism, education, mental health, and malnutrition. The 20 delegates present will be divided equally into two separate committees to discuss the problems with their fellow delegates. The conference will be held today and will resume on Saturday, and the delegates are expected to present their committee resolutions at the General Assembly on Saturday. But before the conference starts, we will be having two guest speakers to give a short talk about the topics that will be tackled today. For the UNESCO committee, we have Dr. Erlinda Canas Pefianco. She graduated as cum laude at the University of the East Manila. She also took her Senior Fellows Executive Program at Harvard University, Cambridge. She was also the chairman of the Committee on Education, Philippine National Commission for UNESCO from 1998 to 2008.
So let us give another round of applause for Dr. Erlinda Pefianco.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, may I extend my greetings to all the delegates of the Holistic Education and Development Center Model United Nations. And I would like to thank our Secretary General, Julian Gamalinda, for giving me this opportunity to speak before you. A very prestigious group that is really concerned about global issues. And I am also taking note that the objectives of the conference, which is actually 3 days, I think until Saturday, it's a big theme: racism, racial discrimination, and other related forms of intolerance and education during pandemic. So what I would like to do now, and I have requested assistance for my lives, for my screens, my sharing, is first to talk about the sustainable development goals, and then pick up particular goals that are of relevance to our topic. And I have chosen for our session, education and racism in a pandemic. And then after that, I would like to bring us to a member of the UN. I guess there is a delegate from the Philippines here, so that we can talk about real concerns in the Philippines. While we are talking global, perhaps at the end of this session, we can also look into acting local in terms of the Philippines from the Philippine delegation. But before I start, I would just like to quote from another Secretary General other than Secretary Julian Gamalinda, who has written in just November 2020, so just a few months back, he was talking about racism. Although the Secretary General at that time was Antonio Gutierrez from Portugal, was talking about racism in the workplace, I would like to assume, and I think it is fair to state, that there is a lot of consonance also in our own place of study and of work and our homes. And I just want to pick up some lines that I think could also guide our discussion this morning. Number one, he mentioned, Secretary General Guterres, people's opportunity for education and employment, and their access to health care and justice are often determined by their race. Okay, again, let me say it again, because this should guide us as we appreciate the Sustainable Development Goals and the applicability of these goals to our own nation. People's opportunity for education, the right to education, and employment, and their access to healthcare and justice, particularly in a time of pandemic, are often determined by their race. That's statement number one. The second statement I would like to share with you. He said, let me be very clear, racism has no place in the United Nations. Okay, I think that does not require further explanation. The third statement I'm picking up from Secretary General Guterres, Antonio Guterres. Our organization, the United Nations, was founded on the principles of the dignity and worth of the human person without distinction of race, color, ethnic, or national origin. And then number four, the last statement I would like to just share with you before I begin my own presentation. He said, together, let us make sure, that means all the nations of this association of the UN, let's make sure people of every race, ethnicity, color, gender, religion, creed, and sexual orientation enjoy a sense of belonging and safety and have an equal opportunity to contribute to the success of our United Nations. So on those notes, let me start and make a brief presentation that will actually follow this flow. First, I will go over the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sure you have heard about this, but maybe for purposes of this conference, let us look at it in the environment of pandemic that the whole world is going through, and with particular emphasis to the Philippines. After that, I would like to go to the Philippines as a focal point, and then have the delegate from the Philippines also share with me how we can put what is being discussed globally, how we can put it into action locally. And then I will end with more local information, particularly about a particular region in the Philippines. I will be talking about the Calabarzon region in the Philippines and a particular province in Calabarzon, which is the province of Rizal. So on that note, may I request assistance for my presentation, please? Okay, thank you very much. Well, here, as I said, I would like to focus on education and racism in a pandemic. And also, let me add that since we have had this pandemic actually since March 2020, so it's actually almost a year. One of the good things that have been coming out in a pandemic during a lockdown, as I'm sure you know, is that we have learned to reflect on what is really important. And therefore, as we go over these presentations on the sustainable education, sustainable goals, let us look for what is important to us, what we can act on, and what we can really do. I heard the Secretary General Julian mentioned that at the end of the day, you will come out with some resolutions. I hope that the resolutions are resolutions that will bring practical solutions to what we ourselves are actually being challenged in our own countries, in our own communities. Next, please. Okay, may I just have some sense whether this have been already taken up and this is something you're familiar with. But nonetheless, I wanted to present here the broad spectrum of the 17 goals that is supposed to transform our world. Okay, here it's important for us to note. Can I have the next, please? That this is a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and improve the prospects of everyone, everywhere. And these goals were adopted as part of a 2030 agenda for Sustainable Development. It was set out as a 15-year plan. Again, my dear delegates, today is already 2021. So obviously, we only have what, 9 more years out of the 15-year plan to achieve the goals. And therefore, as we go over this one by one, what I want you to reflect on is which of these 17, this is a lot of goals, are really important to us in the context of what we want to focus on. For our particular session, it will be education and racism in a pandemic. And with your permission, Mr. Secretary General, I would also like to put it in the context of the nation of the Republic of the Philippines, so that the resolutions that you will come out will be something that will benefit a particular country. Okay, the statement here says progress has been happening, but we still need to do more to be able to meet the goals. By 2020, which is actually last year, we are supposed to have ambitious action. Those actions now should be now your own actions on how we are going to help achieve the goals, if not for the whole world, perhaps for the Philippines, if not for the whole Philippines, perhaps for the Calabarzon region, which is region 4 in the Philippines, if not for the whole Calabarzon, for one province in the region where we actually would like to make a difference. Okay, as I go over these sustainable goals, I invite the delegates to put down, maybe jot down the things that call attention, and maybe during the discussion we can debate on it. Okay, so the first goal. Next, please. Okay, Sustainable Development Goal, SDG goal says no poverty. These are big words. There are only 2 words, but this is a very big word. And please note, this is the first SDG goal, that we want to end poverty in all its forms, everywhere by 2030. So again, while you are listening there, reflect on, in fact, where we are as a country. I would now look as a country to end poverty, particularly during the time of pandemic. Where are we in terms of a goal that there should be no poverty in the country? The second SDG goal says there should be zero hunger. Okay, and here, what we want to happen is that we end hunger, we achieve food security, we have improved nutrition, and we promote sustainable agriculture. Again, let me focus, with permission from the delegate from the Philippines, on what's happening in the Philippines even today. Today, we are having concerns about prices of our basic needs, particularly the news today will talk about putting a cap on the prices of pork, on chicken. So reflect on this Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which was established, remember, in 2015. And yet here we are still concerned that there are still some people who are still having various levels of extreme and moderate hunger. Number 3, SDG goal. The goal is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Again, this is a great challenge during pandemic. Okay, although it is not just a concern of the Philippine delegates, a concern for the whole world. But again, for context, again, let's concentrate on the concerns of the country of the Philippine delegate. Whether in fact, during a pandemic, how well are we able to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being? Again, I mentioned all of this, but at the end of my 17, I will ask you which of these are really more specific to education. Okay, because you could say, well, this is the concern of maybe an agency in charge of health. Okay, okay, then let's go to the next. SDG number 4 says, next please, quality education. And what is the goal here? The goal here is to ensure inclusive, that means everybody is in, equitable, quality education, and to promote lifelong opportunities for all. So this is the goal under number 4, that education shall be inclusive, that it is equitable, and it is quality education, and that it promotes lifelong learning opportunities, meaning opportunities to work, opportunities for higher education. We go back to this later. May I have number 5, please? Okay, SDG number 5 says gender equality. And what is the goal here? The goal here is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Again, this is something that we need to reflect on, although, again, the Philippine delegate may confirm that the Philippines is a country where we have shown a lot of leadership, and we have been able to have at least 2 female presidents already. So, but again, some more reflection about, do we really have gender equality apart from those leaders? Goal number 5. Can I have the next slide, please? Sorry, goal number 6. Okay. Goal number 6 talks about clean water and sanitation. And what is the goal? To ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. As you know, again, the Philippine delegate will confirm that the Philippines actually is made up of more than 7,100 islands. They say that sometimes it is more, sometimes it is less, depending on whether you're counting during low tide or you're counting during high tide. Okay, but what I am simply saying is we should have no problem on water because we have water all around. But again, question is, do we have everything that we need? Is this available? And is water and sanitation for all sustainable? And think not only of one region in the capital of the Philippines, think of the whole country. We have 17, I think there are now 17 regions all over the country. Sometimes those who live in the capital or nearby take for granted that everybody has access to water. Do they have access? This is something maybe we should look into. The 7th SDG goal. What is the goal here? The goal is to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy. Okay, again, for the Philippine delegate, we're not talking about payment for electrical services. We're talking about what is the alternative, fossil energy or sustainable energy. So all of these are now on the table, okay, for purposes of sustaining our energy. Okay, we're talking about a lot of things. Okay, number 8, please. Goal number 8. And what is the goal? The United Nations said in 2015, we must promote inclusive, again, inclusive, everybody in, sustainable economic growth, employment, and decent work for all. Of course, during a pandemic, this was challenged because factories closed, businesses closed, jobs were lost, but there is still a lot of optimism that there will be a rebound and we will be able to recover. But again, this is another concern. We have only 9 years before 2030 to make sure this is attained. Number 9, please. Okay, goal number 9 has a goal, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And what is the goal here? The goal here is to build resilient infrastructure, promote sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation. So again, with permission of the Philippine delegate, later on, I would like to focus on a region in the Philippines, which is the Calabarzon region, Region 4A, and talk about Calabarzon as a model that is industrializing, but is now deeply challenged because of the pandemic. Okay, can we go to the next, please? Okay, goal number 10 is defined as reduce inequalities. And the goal, very simply, we need to reduce inequality within and among countries. And again here, it's not only among countries, but it should also be added within a country itself. Again, with permission of the Philippine delegate, if you talk about the Philippines, you have 17 regions, starting with the National Capital Region all the way to the BARM, administrative region. You will see that among regions, there is still a lot of inequality, and the goal has not yet been achieved. Okay, we go to the next, please. Goal number 7 is about sustainable cities and communities, and the goal is to make all cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. In the Philippine context, it should be cities and municipalities and barangays. Barangays being the villages in the municipalities. In fact, there is a place even lower than the barangays. You have the sitios. Are they inclusive? Are they safe? And are they resilient? So that is a goal. Again, in your reflection, think about your own city. Think about your own barangay. Think about your own sitios. Can you say that the goal has been achieved? Number 12, please. Number 12 goal is defined as responsible consumption and production. And what is the goal? To ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. Again, reflection for you. What do you mean really by sustainable consumption and production? Okay. Then number 13. Can I have the next, please? Number 13 goal is about climate action. Again, let me digress a bit and take note that your institution, Holistic Education and Development Center, I think will stand out as being already concerned about green environment, which is a good first step. But you have to think about this in the terms of the others, not just of HEDCen, not just of the other villages near your school, but everywhere else. And the goal is we need to take urgent action to combat climate change and impact. And when you do so, again, a reminder would be thinking globally, but you have to act locally. What can I do in my own locality to make sure that I contribute to achieving goal number 13, which is the climate action? Goal number 14, please. Goal number 14 is called Life Below the Water. And I said earlier, again, the Philippine delegate will confirm we have plenty of waters around our islands. And the goal is to conserve and sustainably use the oceans, the seas, and marine resources. That means taking care of our waters for the next generation, not abusing our waters. Reflections are a lot, even if you have so briefly described goals. SDG number 15, please. Now we go to life on land. And what is the goal here? The goal is to sustainably manage forest, combat diversification, desertification, meaning making them deserts, halt and reverse land degradation, and halt biodiversity loss. So again, it is not just life below water that we are concerned about, but also life on land. Okay, again, some reflection. Please take down notes so that we can discuss this some more as we go on. Next, please. Sustainable goal number 16 is described as peace, justice, and strong institutions. And what is the goal here? The goal here is to promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. Then finally, the last SDG goals is number 17. Next, please. Which is described as partnerships for the goals. I would like to again digress a bit and recognize that the institution HEDCen seems to have done very well because it has extended itself in partnership with others outside the institution. And what is the goal here? The goal is to revitalize the global partnership for development. Okay, those are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And may I go back, please, to the next slide. So here I go back to the 17. So what I want you and I to be able to focus on, since we are talking about education and racism in the pandemic, perhaps you can argue, our distinguished delegates, that all of these concern education and all of these concern racism and all of this is affected by the pandemic. Okay, I will agree to that. However, for purposes of focus and because we want to come up with doable actions, resolutions as Secretary General Julian Gamalinda mentioned, then we must make sure that we pick those goals out of the 17 that we can have a handle on, because we are now talking about education and racism during a pandemic, recognizing also that there is another session in another meeting room that will talk about health and other issues. So out of the 17, I submit and I stand corrected if there are changes that you would like to include, that we can probably focus on 2. Okay, before we go to the 2, as I said, if you look at the context of governance in the Philippines, again, with due respect to the Philippine delegate, all of these are concerns that affect education. But the way we are governed, as in other countries, is that there are specific agencies. It is part of a solution, but it also creates challenges for interacting with each other. When you say no poverty, okay, when you say zero hunger, you probably will have in your mind an agency similar to the Department of Social Welfare and development that the Philippines would have. When you say good health and well-being, you probably would say, well, this is part of what a department like the Ministry or Department of Health would have. When you say quality education, then this one clearly says it is the education agency. And under the Philippine context, again, with due respect to our Philippine delegate, whom I have been calling on regularly, quality education in the Philippines is actually begins, again, please take note, from 0 all the way up. Okay, we have an agency in the Philippines that takes care of the early childhood care and development from 0 to 4. And that is the Early Childhood Care and Development Council. It's a government agency in the Philippines. When you begin now kindergarten at age 5, in the Philippines, from age 5, that means kindergarten. This is the K to 12 law. This is under the Department of Education. Okay, after grade 12, I understand that most of you will be coming from grade 12. I do not know whether you have grade 11 among the delegates here. From when you finish senior high school, if you finish senior high school, then you go to another level, which is tertiary education. And tertiary education is made up of 2 agencies. You can either go into the track of technical training for skills development and employment that is actually being supervised and assisted and promoted by the Technical Education Skills and Development Authority. Or you can now go to higher education that is under the wings of the Commissioner on Higher Education. So that's clear education. Now, as we move on, you will notice gender equality, clean water, all of these are actually issues of the national government that very often is placed under some agency. Okay, so let me now go into my next slide, please. So as I said, I want to focus our discussion on quality education, as well as on goal number 17, which is the next one, please, which is partnership. Okay. When we talk about education, I already mentioned that. When I talk about partnership, it's simply saying that we will be better able to solve a lot of our challenges, especially during the pandemic, when we reach out to someone else with the same commitment to a similar vision. In the Philippines, we call that barkadahan. Barkadahan meaning a gathering of like-minded people that is committed to a particular mission. So it does not have to be a formal partnership. And in the Philippine context, again, with due respect to the Philippine delegate, that is how we operate at the real level, which is at the local government level. People group together, like-minded people, and they're committed to do something. And that is actually good. Okay, so those are the 7 goals that I have. Before I leave that, I want to say that perhaps in the discussion that I hope you will be able to also contribute to, we look into how else can we appreciate all the 17 SDG, realizing number 1, we only have 9 more years to go before 2030. Realizing number 2, that countries in the United Nations must be able to come out with action plans in the context of their own particular nation, because we all operate under different contexts. And I would like to, again, with permission of the Philippine delegate, to look at the Philippine setting. So my next presentation, may I have my next presentation, please? is actually to show the demographics of where we are in terms of the Philippine context. Okay. Okay, again, for the benefit of the delegates of these United Nations, in the Philippines, we have been administratively organized into regions. Okay, and I would like to focus coming back, okay, from the here from the delegation in the Philippines. Since we are to come out with resolutions, let us have resolutions that are influenced by the global sustainable goals, but they should be locally implementable. So I want to bring us back to the demographics of Rizal province. Okay, so can I have the next, please? Okay, actually this is where Rizal province belongs. The Calabar Zone region, or sometimes it is called Region 4A, is made up of, Calabar means Cavite. I'm sure you learned this in your classes. Cavite, Laguna, Batangas, Rizal, and Quezon. That's Calabar Zone. Okay, and please look at what we have. And please note that this is a 2019 report, so it is quite recent. Calabar Zone is the only predominantly industrial region. Okay, but again, 2019 is more than a year. But with the pandemic in 2020, well, let us just wait for the next report, economic performance, which I am sure will reflect the downside of the pandemic, but at the same time will also point us to the optimism that our economic managers are saying that we will be able to rebound. Maybe in trickles at the start, but eventually we will rebound. Next slide, please. Okay, now I will go into Rizal province. Rizal province, one of the 5 in Calabar Zone. We have a land area of, notice it is 2013. Siguro na, we do not have land growing over the years. So I guess we still have 118,265 hectares. Okay, Rizal province. What is the income class of Rizal province? It is first class. How many congressional districts do we have? There are 2 congressional districts for Rizal province. And there are also 2 congressional districts for Antipolo City. What is the number of LGUs? LGUs meaning local government units. Rizal province has only 1 city, and that is Antipolo City, which is an inherent part of the province. Some cities are highly urbanized and they are separated from the province. In our case, in Rizal, Antipolo City is an inherent part of Rizal. And there are 13 municipalities. My understanding is that some of the delegates here actually are coming from one of the municipalities of Rizal, which is Taytay. Okay. And how many barangays do we have? Barangays are actually villages. We have 189 barangay only in the province of Rizal. So that is the context under which we hope the delegates, particularly from the Philippines, will be able to formulate their own resolutions. Next, please. Okay, so here we have the population. Well, actually, I mentioned already, this is region 4A. Okay, population as of August 2015, 14 million for region 4A. By 2020, expected to be 16. By 2025, it's expected to be 17 million. By 2025, which is what, 4 years from now, men will still dominate the younger age group. By 2025, women will dominate the older age groups, starting at age group 35 to 39. Please take note of that. Okay, for every 100 single women, there were 113 single men. Okay, and women who headed households had lower average household sizes than men in all age groups. Next, please. Okay, what about data on education? Okay, so again, men, 96.8 of men. These are faculty members in higher education institutions, were dominated by women in all provinces. So first, wait, let me start first with men and women. In 2003, 96.8. In 2013, 98.1. Women in 2003, 97.5, which is a bit higher than the men. And the women in 2013 is a bit higher than the men. It's now 98.6. That's the literacy rate. By the way, even the literacy rate in the Philippines, again, with due respect to the Philippine delegation, is being redefined. Instead of just basic literacy, it should be functional literacy. That means you are able to use what you know to improve your own lives. Okay, then some more additional data. The faculty members in higher education institutions were dominated by women in all provinces. During the academic year, there were more women faculty members who had masteral and doctoral degrees. Okay, literacy rate among women has been consistently higher than men. Okay, in the past academic years, more female students completed higher education than male. Okay, the total enrollment in government schools, this is only government schools, 1.8 million elementary schools. Elementary schools, so no, this is not pupils. And 1.128, no, there's something wrong here. So, but we have a total enrollment. Okay, next. Okay, this is now result. Just for us to appreciate, just very quickly, you know, okay. Then we have finally, may I go to my next slide, please? Okay, just again, to let the whole United Nations appreciate also some of the achievements of a local government unit. This is the government of Rizal. Was the top one most competitive province in the Philippines for 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. Was the second richest province in the Philippines, 2015, 2016, 2017, and therefore has a seal of good governance. This is under Governor Nini Henares and the Sangguniang. Next, please. Okay, this is for Antipolo City. Okay, in 2020, it was the overall most competitive city. So on that context, I just want to give my final greetings to the United Nations in the Model United Nations of HEDCen, and say that the resolutions that you would formulate would best be those that are really applicable in the context of your own locality, as local as possible. Meaning the lower it is, the more real it becomes, and something that would be doable. So on that note, let me thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share with you some thoughts really from our United Nations 17 SDG goals, and to probably encourage you to continue and make sure that you make a difference having been given a privilege of leadership, the privilege should also be the privilege to serve those that will come and that will be in your own community. So thank you very much, Secretary General. I appreciate very much your invitation, and I would be glad to respond to any concerns raised by your delegates. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prefianco. We would like to open the floor for questions. Delegates, do you have any questions for Dr. Erlinda Prefianco?
Delegates, so it's your time to ask questions naman. If you have any concerns or you want to raise any issues that were mentioned, or if you have any clarifications regarding the topics and the points that were discussed by Dr. Erlinda Prefianco. If you would like to ask any questions, just please raise your hands and we will acknowledge you in the participants panel. Luxembourg, would you like to ask any questions?
Maybe let me just mention to SecGen, Julian,
Yes.
if they want to send me chat, I will be very glad to answer even after the conference.
Oh, okay po. You heard that.
Kasi understand, it might not be, convenient. If there is something you want to ask, I will be very glad to receive the chat, i-communicate mo lang sa akin, and then I will just answer it.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Dr. Erlinda.
Seeing that there are none, we would like to thank the guest speakers for giving a talk to the delegates today. On behalf of the whole HEDCen community, we are grateful that you took the time to be with us today. We hope you will be able to give more talks to our students in the near future. Now let us have a quick break before we proceed to the main conference. Delegates,
Okay.
please be back
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you and good day.
Thank you, delegates. We will be having a short break. Please come back at 10 a.m. Yes, 10 a.m. Dr. Yeah, okay. Dr. Erlinda left. Delegates, seeing that we finished early, please take this time to go to the bathroom, drink water, eat if you haven't eaten any breakfast yet, or start to prepare your and finalize your position papers and draft resolutions. Mind you, please stay in the meeting and wait for further instructions to be given by the chair at 10 a.m. Thank you. You may turn off your cameras if you need to go for a break. Josh, please play some music for our audience. Thank you. So delegates, are you already here? If you're here, please turn on your cameras. We will be starting in 1 minute. Delegates, we will be starting in 1 minute. Thank you. I repeat, delegate, it is already 10 a.m. We will now begin with the main conference. Please turn on your cameras and mute your mics. Norway, New Zealand, Paraguay, and Luxembourg, please turn on your cameras. Skip another minute for Norway. Okay. Since we are all here, we will now start with the main conference. So delegates, please prepare your draft resolutions, position papers, and opening speeches as we will now begin with the main conference. Chair, please take the lead. Thank you.
Good day, distinguished delegates, honorable guest speakers, and audience. I am Kirsten Abelia, and it is my pleasure to be your committee chair for today's session. The House will now come to order. We will start off with the roll call of delegates. Delegates, please be reminded that you are to respond present once your country is called. Let's start with the delegate of Albania,
Present.
delegate of Luxembourg,
Present and voting.
delegate of New Zealand,
Present and voting.
delegate of Norway,
Present and voting.
delegate of the Philippines,
Present and voting.
delegate of Romania, delegate of Romania, we will now move on to delegate of Russia,
Present and voting.
delegate of Singapore,
Present and voting.
delegate of the United States.
Present and voting.
We are now in formal debate. Please press the raise hand button if there are any points or motions on the floor. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
The delegate of the Russian Federation would like to set the agenda to racism, racial discrimination, and related forms of intolerance.
The delegate of Russia sets the agenda to racism, racial discrimination, and related forms of intolerance. Are there any delegates who would like to second this motion? Please press the raise hand button. Delegate of Norway, you are recognized. Are there any more delegates who would like to second this motion? Delegate of Luxembourg, you are recognized. Delegate of Singapore, you are recognized. Delegate of the Philippines, you are recognized. Seeing seconds, we will now proceed with the topic racism, racial discrimination, and related forms of intolerance. We will be having opening speeches from each delegate, the general speakers list, moderated and unmoderated caucuses, and the making of draft resolutions. Once the draft resolutions are done, each block will be told to present their papers and voting shall be done afterwards. We will now proceed with the opening speeches of each delegate. Each delegate has a maximum of 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. Secretary, please set the timer and advise the delegate when their time is over. Thank you. Delegate of Albania, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Honorable Chair, fellow delegates, and most esteemed guests, Albania is very delighted to be part of this conference along with different delegates from different countries. Today, we gather here to discuss distinct occurrences that have been taking place in a lot of nations, and one of those is racism. We know that racism is a case that may give an immense damage among individuals and communities, as this can give an impact that may affect an individual's ability of being able to work, study, or attain their goals. Albania strongly believes that it is important to take this matter at hand in order to make a solution that will be an answer to this problem. To help decrease the rates of racial discrimination, Albania proposes a policy concerning certain forms of penalization, depending on the committed action of an individual that relates to intolerance. As told by Ban Ki-moon, defeating racism, tribalism, intolerance, and all forms of discrimination will liberate us all, victim and perpetrator alike. Albania hopes that we will be able to come up with a helpful resolution by the end of the conference after engaging in a relevant debate. That is all. Thank you. Albania yields its time to the chair.
Delegate of Luxembourg, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The monarchy of Luxembourg believes racism or any form of discrimination should not be tolerated, as discrimination can affect people physically, mentally, and socially, perhaps even financially. In light of that statement, people can be ostracized due to discrimination and suffer from it mentally, or may even suffer injuries due to hate crimes. A study by the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance has shown that people of color have higher unemployment rates in our country, among many others. To combat this, the anti-discriminatory law was implemented to condemn any form of discrimination in Luxembourg. It prohibits the discrimination grounds of religion, belief, disability, age, ethnic group, color, sexual orientation, and gender. Following this, the Grand Ducal Regulation was made an agreement on moral harassment and violence in the workplace. It ensures that employees are protected from moral harassment and violence in businesses. Luxembourg advocates for policies that would prevent discrimination in the workplace, public settings, and on the internet. We also considered a policy that would include improvements in education and upbringing of children in order to remove material that may teach discrimination. As quoted from the UN Secretary General Kofi Annan, none of us is born to hate. Intolerance is taught and can be untaught. That is all. I yield my time to the chair.
Delegate of New Zealand, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Background. Racism is discriminating against a person's race and culture. Many years ago, like in the 60s, for example, that the African Americans are being separated from the Caucasians. And back then, there are rules for African Americans that they should not be in this particular place or they should not get mixed with the Caucasians. Right now, in the current time, some countries have mixed races, not only African Americans and Caucasians, but also Hispanics, Asians, Arabs, and natives. But there is still racism until now. The nation of New Zealand believes that racism is never a good thing. Discriminating someone's race and culture is never good. And of course, it shows disrespect and it can make the person feel bad. So don't be a racist so people cannot hate you. And New Zealand will be finding a solution to solve this problem. Tapos na po. Ay, tapos na po.
Delegate of Norway, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day, delegates. As Martin Luther King Jr. once said, we must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools. In 1999, the word race had three essential meanings. It firstly meant that humanity is composed of different groups, each with their own common physical characteristics. Secondly, these different groups were of different origins. And lastly, it also stated that racial boundaries have their own cultural and social significance. But nowhere in the central meanings did it ever state that being a different race made you less than another. In its history, the Kingdom of Norway is considered a progressive country, being a prominent figure who adopted legislation and policies to support the rights of women, minorities, and the LGBT plus community. With this in mind, the Kingdom of Norway believes that the enforcement of anti racism policies and the rise in anti racism organizations will be most effective. After all, the issue will not be solved by simply being non racist. Everybody has to make an effort to be anti racist. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Delegate of Paraguay, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Delegates, audience, and COVID-19 pandemic is one of the most serious challenges the world is facing. The total cost in terms of human lives is yet to unfold. Alongside the cost of lives and deep health crisis, the world is witnessing an economic downfall that will severely impact the well-being of large parts of the population in the years to come. Some of the measures that are currently being used to counteract the intolerance during the pandemic may impact our future lives in non-trivial ways. Paraguay believes that the problem that the country is facing can be solved by understanding the association between different elements of the problem to broaden the policy space with full awareness of the economic and social effects that they. Despite being totally surrounded by land, Paraguay's cultural isolation means that it often resembles an island. It is a country that seems unaffected at times by the changes taking place around it. Last decade, all the southern cone states adopted progressive legislation in the fight against discrimination, but not Paraguay. Politicians from the minority left and social organizations working to defend rights have been fighting for almost 20 years to have a bill approved that criminalizes all forms of discrimination. But neither the political elite, most of whom belong to the two main conservative parties, the Colorados and Liberals, nor the Catholic nor evangelical churches, seem to willing to allow it. Discrimination against women, LGBTI people, indigenous peoples, and other groups continues unabated in Paraguay in the absence of a law penalizing it. While this in the rest of South America, with the exception of French Guiana, Suriname, and Guyana, legislation has been passed against racism, segregation, and homophobia. Thank you, good day, and I yield my time to the chair.
Delegate of the Philippines, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good morning, delegates of the House and Chairperson. My name is Laureline Fatiga, and I'm a delegate from the Philippines. We are here to discuss one of the issues in the world. It is a great concern to our people, and we are sure that it is a great concern to the entire world as well. We are here to discuss racism. As all of you are aware, racism is the belief that different races possess distinct physical traits and traits of personality. In the Philippines, little progress has been made in recognizing the rights of persons of diverse sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression to be protected from forms of discrimination in private and public institutions. The government of the Philippines developed strategies. One of these were passed like the Republic Act number 9710, known as the Magna Carta of Women or MCW, provides that all individuals are equal as human beings by virtue of the inherent dignity of each human person. Our country, the Philippines, thinks that the solution for this is to add more policies like the Magna Carta of Women to be able to reduce racism. For this reason, we urge all delegates of the House to vote in favor of our resolution. Thank you for your attention, and Philippines yield its time to the chair.
Delegate of Romania, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Delegate of Romania, and this delegate would like to speak out on racism. First of all, European Union is known for the unity of all countries in Europe. However, it's a country where discrimination is still normal, and the discrimination was committed by the by others when it comes to the colored people who came into a particular country, and they were called out for speaking in their mother tongue, also and it also has to do with the culture. Speaking of that, Romania is aware that everyone deserves equality, no matter what their skin color is, what their culture is. Just racism is considered as a crime, and racism should be unacceptable. This delegate would like to yield her time to the chair.
Delegate of Russia, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day to you all, fellow delegates and Honorable Chair. Racism, as defined in the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, a belief that some races by nature are superior to others. Also, discrimination based on such belief. Racism is a global issue that people from different races, ethnicities, culture, and religion suffer through. Movements against racial discrimination and inequalities have been prominent and have been happening as often as before. On May 25th, 2020, the world witnessed an injustice that was based on skin complexion, the death of George Floyd. On June 6, 2020, Black Lives Matter movement and had since appeared to show racial discrimination amongst their system and why it should not be tolerated. The Russian Federation believes that beliefs, religion, skin complexion, culture, gender, and sexual orientation should not determine what a person is and what a person does. These elements should not be used to qualify someone for given opportunities such as education and work for a person. The Russian Federation and the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination will now be encouraging to have abiding bills to eliminate all forms of racial discrimination from natives to foreigners of the country. We would like to pass on this word and hopefully have implementations of abiding laws that will not tolerate all racial, ethnic, cultural, and religious discriminations against people. I yield my time to the chair.
Delegate of Singapore, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day to the delegates present. The topic of racism has always been a major issue concerning not only the minorities, but to some extent the discrimination against entire races. This is how it's been since ancient and medieval times and still extends now into the present modern age, as stated by the Russian delegation earlier. The idea of one race being genetically or culturally superior to another could be said to be an inherent part of humanity's nature, to compete and rise above the other. However, we are no longer as ignorant as we were in the past. Ancient issues that pass into the modern age is something we ought to strive towards mending. As a young multiracial state, Singapore has always prioritized the topics surrounding education and culture, especially racism. By ensuring that ethnic minorities have a say at the highest legislative level via the GRC, group representation constituency, and promote random activities by other volunteers and interfaith group, which is crucial to open up interactions between people of different races and religions. As quoted by the first PM Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, if we are aware of it, it is like living with an earthquake fault. We can build buildings which may be able to stand the shocks. As such, It is Singapore's stance to enhance regulations on the intolerance of racism and its related forms, making sure that preventive measures are made and the strict enforcement of such is continued. It is also our belief that the problem of racism in the modern world persists not due to the lack of regulation awareness, but also due to a lack of strict and regular enforcements of such by the state. This delegate is certain that we also strive to present a solution that shall make the world a better place. Thank you. Singapore yields its central chair.
Delegate of the United States, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good day, fellow delegates. The United States of America believes that racism is an issue that should be taken seriously. In the United States of America, racial discrimination between different races still prevails as of the current COVID pandemic, as we see the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement caused by the result of the killing of George Floyd. And it surely is not the first time this has happened. Racial tension has increased over time, resulting into violence and especially death among the populace. These recent events go to show that racism has indeed become a large problem throughout the world and shall go unnoticed. Together with action and effort, this committee can make a change to put down a belief that has caused harm between many people throughout the globe. The United States of America's position on this issue is that we must pursue a policy that would recognize equality for all races and more regulation. As they say, united we stand, divided we fall. Thank you. The United States would like to yield the stand to the chair.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any delegates who would like to be part of the general speakers list? Please press the raise hand button and speak up if you wish to be part of the speakers list. Delegate of Russia, you have been recognized. Are there any more delegates who would like to be part of the general speakers list? Okay. Would anyone like to set a time frame for the general speakers list? Seeing that there are none, the time allotted to the speakers list would be 1 minute and 30 seconds. Russia, you are recognized. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak.
Okay. The Russian Federation on August 4th, 2017, the Committee of Elimination of Racial Discrimination had concluded on its implementations of the arrangements of the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination in the system of the Russian Federation. This is to prevent an increasingly issue of discriminations against races that are oppressed. It may be natives and those who are foreign to the land. These solutions like these could help and act up against all racial discrimination that increasingly and actively it happens globally. I yield my time to the chair.
For our last call, are there any delegates who would like to join the general speakers list? Delegate of New Zealand, you have been recognized.
The
Delegate of New Zealand, you have 1 minute and 30 seconds to say your part.
the nation of New Zealand thinks that there's always a solution to a problem, and in this issue, which is racism, we should prevent it by people making people not being racist and make them learn how to respect everyone with a different color, a different nationality, and a different culture. And I yield my time to the chair.
Let us now proceed with the moderated and unmoderated caucuses. Are there any delegates who wish to motion a moderated caucus and be part of the primary speakers list? Please press the raise hand button if you want to be part of the moderated caucus. Delegate of Russia, you are recognized. Are there any other delegates who would like to join the moderated caucus in the primary speakers list? Apart from the delegate of Russia. Seeing none, would any delegate like to motion for a specific time frame which would be given to the moderated caucus? Seeing none, the chair will now allot 2 minutes as a time given to talking about the moderated caucus. We may now proceed with the moderated caucus. Delegate of Russia, you have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
The Russian Federation would like to encourage an implementation of abiding laws that will eliminate all racial discrimination and discrimination in general. These past UN resolutions, treaties, or conventions related to the topic, past regional, non-governmental, or national efforts in resolving this topic. And I yield my time to the chair.
It seems that the delegate of New Zealand would like to join the moderated caucus list. The delegate of New Zealand, you have been recognized. You have 2 minutes to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking. Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been recognized.
I would like to say, as the delegate of Luxembourg, that I'd like to say a point of order.
I acknowledge Luxembourg's call for a point of order. Please state your speech. Please state your point.
The delegation has noticed that there's been an error in the flow of procedure and would like to begin again by suggesting an unmoderated caucus.
Are there any delegates who would like to be part of the general speakers list? Please press the raise hand button and speak up if you wish to be part of the speakers list. Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been recognized.
For the unmoderated caucus, the delegate of Luxembourg would like to form a bloc with Russia.
Hello, this is the Secretary General. We are experiencing some technical difficulties. Please stand by for further instructions.
Are there any delegates who wish to motion a set time frame for the unmoderated caucus? Delegate of Norway, you are recognized.
The delegate of the Kingdom of Norway motions to set the unmoderated caucus time to 15 minutes.
Are there any other delegates who would like to second this motion? Seeing none, the chair will set the time to 20 minutes in the making of the draft resolutions.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and we are back, and we are over with the technical difficulties. They have already been fixed, and now we will proceed with the unmoderated caucus. Chair, please set the time for the unmoderated caucus, and delegates, please clarify with the chair who you would want to be allied with or who would you want to form blocks with. Thank you. That would be all.
Are there any delegates who would like to motion for a specific time frame that will be allotted to our unmoderated caucus? Please raise your hand in the participants panel. Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been acknowledged.
Luxembourg would like to set the time to 40 minutes.
Are there any other delegates who would like to second this motion? Delegate of Norway, you have been recognized. Delegate of the Philippines, you have been recognized. Delegate of Russia, you have been recognized. Delegate of Singapore, you have been recognized. Delegate of Albania, you have been recognized. There will be 10 available breakout rooms, and you will be given 45 minutes to make your draft resolutions. Once done, delegates will present their draft resolutions in front of everyone, and we shall start the voting afterwards. You may send a private message to your fellow delegates in order to form an alliance. If you choose not to be part of any alliance, please stay in the main room and mute your mic. Please wait for the communications team to broadcast the go signal when it's time to make your resolution papers. This is going to look like a blue banner found in the top center of your screen. Strictly do not transfer once you enter your chosen room.
Another announcement. Please don't forget to record your breakout rooms. They will be asked by Sir Mar later. Thank you.
I would like to correct the duration of our unmoderated caucus. We have a maximum time of 15 minutes.
Taga saan ka?
Welcome back, delegates. We would like to have another set of roll calling before we start with our voting. Please vote present and voting. Delegate of Albania,
Present and voting.
Delegate of Luxembourg,
Present and voting.
Delegate of New Zealand,
Present and voting.
Delegate of Norway,
Present and voting.
Delegate of Paraguay,
Present and voting.
Delegate of the Philippines,
Present and voting.
Delegate of Romania, we will get back to Delegate of Romania, Delegate of Russia,
Present and voting.
Delegate of Singapore,
Present and voting.
Delegate of the United States.
Present and voting.
Last call for the Delegate of Romania.
Present and voting.
Thank you. Let us now proceed with our talk regarding your resolutions. The chair hopes you all finished your draft resolutions within the given time frame. Before we proceed with voting, is there anyone who would like to speak? If none, please raise a motion to close the speakers list by pressing the raise hand button, and we shall proceed with the presentation of draft resolutions. Delegate of Russia, you're acknowledged.
The Russian Federation would like to close speakers list.
Thank you. Within the given time frame, a representative must be decided upon by members of each block. She will be tasked with conveying the block's respective resolution. Please press a raise hand button to Please pick your representative. Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been acknowledged.
Delegate of Luxembourg will represent our bloc.
Please press the raise hand button to set the time frame you would need. Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been acknowledged. Would you
I
like
would like to set the speaking time to 2 minutes 30 seconds, if that's okay.
Delegates, please present your draft resolutions in front of the committee. You have come again for your time.
2 minutes 30 seconds.
You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to present. Afterwards, we will vote if it shall be passed on as a resolution of the committee. Block 1, being represented by Luxembourg, please present your draft resolution. The timer will start once you begin to speak.
Draft resolution is made by the sponsors Albania, Luxembourg, New Zealand, Norway, Paraguay, Philippines, Romania, and Russia, Singapore, and the United States of America. This draft resolution starts with our findings that we are alarmed by the uncountable amount of individuals who have been affected by the impact of racism. Realizing the impact of racism on our society and their daily lives, health, social well-being, and standing. Recognizing that global action is needed in order to combat discrimination in all its forms. Expressing deep concerns with discrimination against natives and people of color. Encourages to create awareness campaigns to educate people about the current problem in intolerance. We also call upon the relevant agencies that monitor and enforce the rules and regulations made against racism to enforce stricter regulations. We'd also suggest to educate the youth to accept and respect every person of every color, therefore, they are also human. And to prevent from bringing out racial slurs and or stereotypes towards other races. We also propose to establish a bill that a person cannot, for example, be arrested or dismissed from their work on the basis of race or ethnic group, nationality, socioeconomic situation, language, ideology, or political opinion, religion, or belief. Unionization or participation in trade union organizations or lack thereof, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, marital status, age, affiliation, personal appearance, and illness or disability. Lastly, we would like to establish better community guidelines and education to remove racial discrimination that may arise from upbringing of citizens. That is all for our draft resolution. I yield my time to the chair.
To those who said present during the roll call should vote yes, no, or abstain. For the draft resolutions presented by the first block, shall we pass it on as a committee resolution? Please press the raise hand button if you agree. Delegate of Paraguay, you have been acknowledged. Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been acknowledged. Delegate of Russia, you have been acknowledged. Delegate of Albania, you have been acknowledged. Delegate of Norway, you have been acknowledged. Delegate of the USA, you have been acknowledged. Delegate of the Philippines, you have been acknowledged. Please lower your hands once you have been called. Are there any more in agreement of this resolution? Delegate of Singapore, you have been acknowledged. Please put down your hands. For those who are not in favor of the resolution, please put up your hands. Delegate of New Zealand, you have been acknowledged. Are there any more delegates who do not support this resolution? Please raise your hands. We will now be moving on to those who abstain the resolution. Please raise your hand if you are abstain the resolution. Those who have not chosen either yes or no till now will be automatically recorded as abstain. Please give us a moment to tally the votes. Now, having the tally, seeing as the majority have agreed, this paper is therefore approved. Congratulations to the delegations of to the delegations presented today who got their blocks approved. You are now approved of your resolutions. The chair hopes that it passes on as a resolution during the General Assembly.
If I may say a few words, as the Secretary General, I would like to say congratulations to the Bloc of Luxembourg, Russia, Singapore, Norway, Albania, Paraguay, New Zealand, Philippines, USA, and Romania. Your draft resolution was very astounding and it was very well put together. I would also like to acknowledge Luxembourg for representing your bloc. Thank you for that wonderful presentation and seeing that there are no objections or there are no problems. You can have an early break. Since we finished early, be back here at 12:16 and wait for further instructions for your 1 hour break. You may now have your lunch. Thank you.
Excuse me. Are we on a break?
Yes, delegate of Romania.
My apologies, my connection has been flowing around.
Hello, delegates. We will begin in 2 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. Get yourselves ready. Turn on your cameras. Okay, it is already 12:20. We'll begin soon. Let's just wait for the other delegates to be back. Just give them 5 minutes. Secretary, please do attendance check. No roll call yet. Just check if everyone is here. Check who's missing. So we can contact the delegates for them to be here. Thank you, Secretary. Okay, let's wait for 3 more minutes for the other delegates to be here. Thank you. More minutes, 2 more minutes. Delegates, you have 1 more minute. Philippines, Albania, Singapore, Romania, New Zealand, please turn on your cameras. We will begin shortly. Okay, it's already 12:25. We'll now be starting our conference. So, delegates, are you all here? Hello. Please wave if you're here. Yes, raise your hands. Give us interaction. Yes. Okay. So, did you all eat your lunch already? I hope you have your energy prepared for the second part of this conference. We will now start the second meeting for the second topic. Chair, please take over. Thank you.
Welcome back, delegates, from your break. We will now be proceeding with our last topic for today, which would be education during the pandemic. Are there any delegates who would like to be part of the general speakers list? Please press the raise hand button and speak up if you wish to be part of the speakers list.
First, let us have a roll call for our delegates.
Okay, let us have a roll call first. Delegate of Albania.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Luxembourg.
Present and voting.
Delegate of New Zealand.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Norway.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Paraguay.
Present and voting.
Delegate of the Philippines.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Romania. Delegate of Russia.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Singapore.
Present and voting.
Delegate of the United States.
Present and voting.
Seeing that everyone is present, are there any delegates who would like to be part of the general speakers list? Please press the raise hand button if you wish to be part of the speakers list. Would anyone like to set the agenda for for this meeting? Delegate of Russia, you are recognized.
Delegate of the Russian Federation would like to set the agenda for education during the pandemic.
Thank you. Are there any delegates who would like to be part of the general speakers list? Please press the raise hand button and speak up if you wish to be part of this list. Delegate of Albania, you have been recognized. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds to speak. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Um,
Correction, 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Uh, during the year of during the year 2020, our world has encountered an alarming situation with the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to this, a lot of nations were forced to establish a quarantine, which had led to various schools making major adjustments in order to cope up with the current situation. After Albania got struck by the pandemic, multiple schools have started adapting to the use of online platforms. However, not every individual has the capability to access this new type of learning system, which is why the Education Ministry took the advantage of broadcasting lessons for all classes through the use of television. In response to the situation, Albania would like to advocate a policy that will provide schools the urgent resources that are needed in order to ensure that they will be able to provide effective remote instructions and support to the students during this pandemic. That is all. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Delegate of Luxembourg, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to say your part. The timer will begin once you start speaking.
Good afternoon, honored chair and delegates. The monarchy of Luxembourg believes that access to formal and quality education is a basic human right that should not be exempt from anyone. This is in accordance with the Education Law of 1912 that education is obligatory and free of school fees. This remains true even with the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic has greatly impaired the learning experience of the youth globally and has created many barriers in attaining education. This is especially apparent in countries that were much more heavily impacted by the virus and has led a majority of the population to have difficulty accessing education or otherwise receiving none. Despite the challenges, the provided solutions for this in Luxembourg and many other countries was the usage of online learning. It was seen to be the most applicable substitute to receive quality education due to the readily available information and communication technology in most areas of the world. However, many issues still prevail in regards to education. Others may not be as fortunate, or their country may not have the infrastructure to facilitate online learning. The, the difficulty of switching mediums in learning also requires both the students and teachers to be familiar with the technology that they use. Luxembourg advocates for a policy that would ensure the availability of education to those affected by the pandemic. This may be through general improvement of infrastructure in order to receive online learning or other means, such as modular learning. The provision of guides or information on how to operate technology for online learning for students, teachers, and parents may also be considered. That is all. I yield my time to the chair.
Delegate of Zealand, you have been acknowledged. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. Your timer will begin once you start.
Education during the pandemic is different than before. Students and teachers are able to meet each other face to face, but now students and teachers are meeting each other online. Many schools were closed due to the pandemic, and some schools are having face to face classes in low risk areas. And of course, a mask is required, especially a face shield to prevent the spread of COVID-19. And online class is a good way to prevent the spread of the virus. And I yield my time to the chair.
Delegate of Norway, you have been recognized. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. Your timer will start once you begin.
Good day, delegates. As Benjamin Franklin once said, an investment in knowledge pays the best interests. According to results, about 86% of adults in the entire world are literate. Now, to those who are watching and listening to this conference right now, that may not seem like an issue, but think about it this way. This also means that about 14% of the adults in the entire world cannot live a normal life. They are out there unable to read, unable to write, unable to communicate properly. Considering that some of the world is illiterate, what more so would the entire population's performance be in complex fields such as mathematics and science? Education should not be considered a privilege, it should be considered a basic human right. The Kingdom of Norway's education system looks to ensure that everybody has the right to learn. Most institutions offer its services with no tuition fees at all levels of education, including a bachelor's. This applies to anyone, regardless of a student's country of origin. When it comes to student unions fees, Norway also leans towards the cheaper side of it in Europe. With this in mind, the Kingdom of Norway believes that making basic education open to all will not only better a population's qualifications, but will also better a person's quality of life. Thank you. I yield my time to the chair.
Delegate of Paraguay, you have been recognized. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to say your part. The timer will begin once you start.
Good day. To improve the quality of education, Paraguayans made the CTN-ISO copy project supported by the Internet Society Foundation. With the help of the Internet Society, IPv6 facilitated the adoption of new protocols, and the school was equipped with 10 computers, 6 laptops, one projector, one 3D printer, and 10 Arduino kits. However, on Tuesday, March 10, 2021, Paraguayan officials announced the suspension of public events and public sessions in efforts to curb the spread of coronavirus, otherwise known as COVID-19. The measure is expected to remain in place for 15 days. As for the resolution for classes to resume and to reduce the general risk of transmission, individuals are advised to abide the following measures. Frequently clean hands by applying alcohol-based hand rub or washing with soap and water. When coughing and sneezing, cover the mouth and nose with a flex elbow or tissue. If used, throw the tissue away immediately and wash hands. That is all. Good day. Thank you, and I yield my time to the chair.
Delegate of the Philippines, you have been acknowledged. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. Your timer will begin once you start.
Good morning, delegates of the House and Chairperson. I'm a delegate from the Philippines. We are here to discuss one of the issues in the world. It is a great concern to our people, and we are sure that it is a great concern to the entire world as well. We are here to discuss education. As all of you are aware, education is about learning skills and knowledge. In the Philippines, the most common issues are the affordability of education that makes the members of high and low income poverty stricken families have immensely higher dropout rates in the elementary level, lack of facilities and teacher shortage in public schools. During the pandemic, these issues have worsened. The government of the Philippines developed strategies. One of these was passed like the Magna Carta for public school teachers. This is to provide programs for the promotion and improvement of the well-being and economic status of public school teachers. Our country, the Philippines, thinks that the solution for this is to help gather more volunteers for the school that lack teachers but still give them a salary and give more services for the members of high and low income poverty stricken families, especially during the pandemic. For this reason, we urge all delegates of the House to vote in favor of our resolution. Thank you for your attention, and Philippines yield its time to the chair.
Delegate of Romania, you have been recognized. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. Your timer will start once you begin.
Due to the COVID-19 outbreak, this pandemic has been really difficult for all institutions, especially for both students and teachers. And as the online classes were were given to the students. This has been giving them lots of difficulties, such as the internet and or the lack of computers. The problem is that there are students who are having a hard time with learning through online classes because these these homeworks that were given to them were very difficult for them to accomplish during the online classes themselves. And and as for the students themselves, this is also causing them to be very anxious or depressed because of the pressure of the amounts of the homeworks that were given to them. So to at least help the students out, there should be preventing from giving too much homeworks to the students themselves, and to at least give them time to at least finish their homeworks as well. This delegate of Romania likes to yield her time to the chair.
Delegate of Russia, you have been recognized. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to say your part. The timer will start once you begin.
Good day to you all, fellow delegates and honorable chair. Education, a right and necessity to a majority. Physical education has been a way to teach students with hands-on activities related to their studies. According to psychological studies, physical education is better for the minds of learning students. Ever since March of 2020, the pandemic brought distance digital learning to most schools in most countries. Digital learning is imposed due to the pandemic, avoiding risks of students getting COVID-19. The Russian Federation believes in higher education for distance digital learning. We believe that we can achieve better distance digital learning for students and have the physical learning experience and virtues through the current learning situation. The Russian Federation, the Ministry of Education stressed that our goal is to create a safe learning space for students. Our project was implemented for schools for school teachers and children are provided with computers and internet access to continue their studies. Now a large scale of now a large scale project is being implemented in the country to create a better digital educational environment, which focuses on the process of learning the digital world. Then comes the technology. Distance digital learning should be predominant as physical learning. I yield my time to the chair.
Are there any delegates who would like to be part of the general speakers list? Please press the raise hand button and speak up if you wish to be part of the speakers list. Wait, my apologies. It seems I have missed a couple delegates. Singapore, you have been recognized. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. Your timer will begin once you start.
Good afternoon to the honored chair and esteemed delegates. Education has always been at the forefront of society whenever we prospect and vision about the future. The aspirations of the younger generation to achieve and be more of what they are now will always and forever be one of the defining responsibilities of each capable adult, and more so the various nations where these youths look up to for guidance and protection. This delegate would all like to share a quote from famous scientist and intellectual Albert Einstein. He states that intellectual growth should commence at birth and ease only at death. And as such, this brings me to Singapore's perspective and stance in this. Just like Albert Einstein quoted, Singapore's education system has always been structured to encourage learning without the presence of stigmas, such as a talent myth, which states that some children are naturally smarter than others, is non-existent in Singapore. This has paved way for Singapore's current status as one of the leading powers when it comes to education. In 2020, the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, rated Singapore as having one of the best education systems in the world, with Singaporean students actually one of the most in the world who enjoys going to school as well as being advanced in mathematics and English. This was achieved thanks to a systematic and flexible approach to education, which we call as centralized decentralization. This has also greatly aided in the onset of the pandemic. Once the pandemic arrived, it greatly tested each of our educational systems. And I'm sure each delegate here would know that this concerns at heart. Using this centralized decentralization, it ensured that each school get proper equipment and aid dis- despite the limitations of the pandemic. For example, with the consistent and whole-sided approach from the educational institutions, ensuring that learning outcomes are uncompromised and remain student-centric, with ensuring that voices are heard and that students with the proper equipment get proper aid. It might not be perfect, but as of now, it's going well. Singapore would also like to end this with a quote from world-famous entrepreneur Bill Gates. He quoted that, "Don't compare yourself with anyone in this world. If you do so, you're only insulting yourself." And this sums up the stance of Singapore education. We may have plenty of solutions on the onset of the pandemic, but we as Singapore would also like to focus on another aspect, on the aspect of the confidence of students. And as such, we would like to encourage more confidence in learning, not simply teaching what to learn, but how to learn as well. Thank you. Singapore Legal Citizen Chair.
Delegate of the United States, you have been recognized. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. Your timer will begin once you start.
Good day, fellow delegates. The United States of America believes that education is important as it plays a vital role to producing a successful citizen. Education over the centuries has shown great usefulness as it has helped civilization pursue scientific and technological advances and has helped many people in terms of learning, which contributes to the good of society. As we face the COVID pandemic, over 221.9 million students as of February 2, 2021 were affected as the new mode of digital learning has financially affected many families for the sake of their children's education. Seeing the current situation, the United States of America would cooperate to pursue a solution together to combat these problems and provide beneficial learning to our youth, as goes with our position to this topic. For we know the pursuit of learning and knowledge does not stop here. Thank you. America would like to yield this time to the chair.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the. Wait lang. Excuse me. Are there any delegates who would like to be part of the general speakers list? Please press the raise hand button if you wish to speak and be part of the speakers list. Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been acknowledged. Will there be any more delegates who would like to be added to the list? Once again, would there be any delegates who would like to be part of the list? Please press the raise hand button to set a time frame for the general speakers list. Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been recognized.
Luxembourg proposes to set the time to 2 minutes.
Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been acknowledged. You have 2 minutes to speak. Your timer will begin once you start.
In regards to education, Luxembourg would like to mention that one of the main issues regarding the usage of online learning is the availability of infrastructure such as electricity and internet access. Another point of the issue would be the costs of education and the means of attaining it. Poverty-stricken individuals will in turn be exempt from the basic human right of education if they are not able to purchase education. Luxembourg proposes the creation of policies regarding those issues in order to be solved. That is all. I yield my time to the chair.
Are there any other delegates who would like to be part of the general speakers list? Or who would like to set a motion against previously stated? Please raise your hand in the participants panel if so. Seeing none, let us proceed with the moderated and unmoderated caucuses. Are there any delegates who wish to motion a moderated caucus and be part of the primary speakers list? Please press the raise hand button if you want to be part of the moderated caucus.
Are there any delegates who would like to set a point of information or motion for this moderated caucus?
Once again, I would like to ask if any delegates would like to partake in the moderated caucus. Delegate of Russia, you have been recognized. Would you like to set a specific time frame for your moderated caucus?
Uh, Motion to talk about should richer countries provide aid to poorer countries?
Would you like to set up specific time frame for this?
Speaking time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Delegate of Russia, you have been allotted 2 minutes and 30 seconds to speak. Your timer will begin once you start.
Good day again, delegates and fellow delegates and honorable chair. There have been several countries that would allow physical classes and also uh, physical classes that institutes that would allow physical classes and also partnered up with online classes. These countries are usually your European countries that have sufficient supply of 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 money. So in that case, these are rich countries that could supply these certain movements. Now the question is, uh, should we should we be, should we provide aid for poorer countries that could not afford to do these certain actions? In my case, uh, the Russian Federation thinks and believes that we should at least we should at least have a way to encourage maybe NGOs to NGOs, so non-governmental organizations, or could also be government organizations, uh, to help aid these poor countries who are in need of of maybe supply in terms of learning materials and and supply of aids, like for example your technologies that could help these countries who are in need of help. And uh, I yield my time for questions.
Would anyone have questions for Russia's speech regarding his given topic? Please raise your hand so that I may acknowledge you. We are now open for points of information. Will there be any questions for the delegate of Russia? Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been acknowledged.
Good afternoon, honored chair and delegate of Russia. During this time, do you think education would be the priority for aid? Shouldn't the resources be going to those that are in need right now, such as the medical workforce or anyone that is considered to be a frontliner?
Thank you, Delegate of Luxembourg. Well, as of now, the Russian Federation, are working on both ends, so education uh, and your medical needs. If our federation can work on those two things that uh, we are suffering through, then might as well uh, aid aid those two things that we need in right now. That's all.
Will there be any more questions for the delegate of Russia? Delegate of Albania, you have been recognized.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and the Delegate of Russia. Is education the priority for aid and not medical?
Well, thank you for that question, Delegate of Albania. Well, if we are talking about those two, the medical aid and the educational aid, uh, we are once I have said again with my answer to the delegate of Luxembourg's question, might as well work on those two things that we are in need of. But if we are going to raise the question of uh, how about tertiary education for medical courses, and should we prioritize it? As of now, uh, uh, the the Ministry of Education in the Russian Federation, uh, we have a wide variation of students who are practicing in the field of who are practicing uh, medicine in the field of uh, uh, we have students college institute students who are practicing in the field of medicine. So should we prioritize that? Yes, it could also help with the situation of the pandemic, and with and with the things that could happen in the future. That is all.
Seeing as there are no longer any questions and no more delegates who wish to be part of the speakers list, let us now proceed to the unmoderated caucus. Please press the raise hand button if you want to set a time for the unmoderated caucus. Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been acknowledged.
Luxembourg would like to set the time to 15 minutes.
Are there any delegates who second this motion?
Our chair is experiencing some technical difficulties. I will be taking over as chair for now. So let me just reiterate. How many minutes will the unmoderated caucus be? 30 seconds. Luxembourg, you are acknowledged.
Luxembourg would like to set the time for the unmoderated caucus to 15 minutes.
Okay, Secretary, please set the time for 15 minutes. Russia, you are acknowledged.
Um, uh, the Russian Federation would like uh, to indicate a point of order.
Okay, or yes.
There's no indication of the purpose of the unmoderated caucus.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay. Purpose of unmoderated caucus is for making the draft resolutions regarding the topic of education during the pandemic. Hello? Okay, so saying this, are there any alliances that would want to be formed? Russia, you are acknowledged. Hello, Russia.
The Russian Federation would like to motion for an unmoderated caucus for 10 minutes to discuss variation working papers on the floor with an aim to achieve greater consensus in the body.
Thank you, Russia. Secretary, please change the time to 10 minutes. Are there any delegates who would like to second the motion for 10 minutes time for this unmoderated caucus? Delegates, I repeat, are there any delegates who would like to second this motion or go against this motion for 10 minutes for unmoderated caucus? Singapore, you are acknowledged. Second the motion. Albania, USA, Norway, Luxembourg, you're all acknowledged to second the motion. So final is 10 minutes for unmoderated caucus. Are there any blocks that would like to be formed? Singapore, Luxembourg, you're raising your hand. You're acknowledged.
Luxembourg would like to create a bloc with Singapore, New Zealand, and Philippines.
For the mentioned countries, please say yes if you would like to be teamed up with Luxembourg for a block. Secretary, please assign these countries, Luxembourg, Singapore, New Zealand, and Philippines, to a separate breakout room to talk about their draft resolutions. Russia, you're acknowledged.
The delegate of the Russian Federation would like to create a bloc consisting of delegates of Albania and Norway.
Albania and Norway, if you would like to block with Russia, please raise your hand or say yes in the chat box. Albania agrees. Norway agrees. Are there any other people who would like to work in blocks? If not, I assume you would be working individually for your draft resolutions. Seeing as to none, there will be 3 available breakout. Oh, Romania, you are acknowledged.
I would like to create a block with Paraguay and Norway.
Uh, Norway is already blocking with Russia.
Ah, alright. Then USA.
Okay, USA and Paraguay, if you second this, if you would like to block with Romania, please raise your hand or say yes in the chat box. The USA has agreed. Paraguay has also agreed. So Secretary, please assign the blocks to the respective breakout rooms. So before you go, you will be given 10 minutes to make your draft resolutions. Once done, the delegates will present their draft resolutions in front of everyone, and we shall start voting afterwards. You may send a private message to your fellow delegates in order to form an alliance, and if you choose not to be part of any alliance, please stay in the main room and mute your mic. Please wait for the communications team to broadcast the go signal when it's time to make your resolution papers. This is going to look like a blue banner found at the top center of your screen. Strictly do not transfer once you enter your chosen room. So you may now enter your rooms and wait for the blue banner in order to begin your draft resolutions. Romania, please go to your designated breakout room. Thank you.
I'm back.
Thank you, Chair, for coming back. Comms, please. Yes, okay. Okay, delegates, time is up. I hope that was enough time for you to prepare your draft resolutions. Okay, so Chair, please take over. Thank you.
Hello, delegates. We would like to repeat our roll call just to make sure that everyone is present and voting. Delegate of Albania,
Present and voting.
Delegate of Luxembourg,
Present and voting.
Delegate of New Zealand,
Present and voting.
Delegate of Paraguay,
Present and voting.
and Delegate of Norway,
Present and voting.
Delegate of the Philippines, please mark them as present and voting. Delegate of Romania,
Present and voting.
Delegate of Russia,
Present and voting.
Delegate of Singapore,
Present and voting.
Delegate of the United States. Delegate of the United States, For now, let us move on to our voting. The Chair hopes you all finished your draft resolutions within the given time frame. Before we proceed to voting, is there anyone who would like to speak? If none, please raise a motion to close the speakers list by pressing the raise hand button. If no one wishes to speak beforehand, please press the raise hand button to close the speakers list. Delegate of Russia, you have been recognized.
Delegate of Russian Federation would like to add in the speakers list.
I was implying, would anyone like to raise their hand to close the speakers list so that we may move on to the presenting of one's resolution? Let us now proceed with the presentation of the draft resolutions. Within the given time frame, a representative must be decided upon by members of each block. He/she will be tasked with conveying their block's respective resolutions. Please your wait lang. Please press the raise hand button. Okay. Please press the raise hand button to choose your representative who will be then added to your speakers list. Delegate of Russia, you have been recognized. Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been recognized.
The bloc of Luxembourg, New Zealand, Philippines, and Singapore appoint New Zealand as the representative of their bloc.
Please press the raise hand button to set the time frame you would need. Delegate of Luxembourg, Delegate of Russia, you have been recognized.
The delegate of the Russian Federation would like to motion to set the speaking time to 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Are there any delegates who would like to second this motion? Please raise your hand. Are there any delegates who would like to second this motion of the setting the time? Delegate of Norway has been recognized. The delegate of Albania has been recognized. Delegate of Singapore has been recognized. Delegate of the Philippines has been recognized. Seeing seconds, the time will be allotted to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Block 1, you may present your draft resolution within 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The timer will begin once you start to speak.
Good day to you all, fellow delegates and honorable chair. Now I'm gonna talk about the draft resolution that was made by the bloc of Russia, Norway, and Albania. So to start off, we are deeply concerned by the pandemic's current effect on education. We are expressing deep concern with the cost of education, and we urges the member states to comply with goals of providing modules to students as the pandemic continues, um, taking into account the families who are unable to access online learning. So for operatives, we considers free education as a solution to make education more accessible, condemns expensive tuition fee for the purpose of making profit, encourages to provide free learning materials for students who do not have access to the internet. We also emphasize the action of providing urgent resources that various school needs. And lastly, further invites other countries to take part in this resolution. And I yield my time to the chair.
Delegate of Block 1, are you open to points of information? And if so, how many are you willing to entertain?
Yes, we are open for points of information. We are entertaining 2 points of information.
Are there any delegates who would like to ask their questions in regards to Russia's resolution? Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been acknowledged.
In regards to the resolution that they showed. Um, for the operative clause number 1, was it? It is stated there that they are considering free education, but for other countries that are perhaps already having difficulties financially, is it still applicable to them? And if so, if not, are there any other alternatives that you would suggest? That is all. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Delegate of Luxembourg. Uh, Possibly financially funding could happen from other countries who are in position of privilege. That could also help fund countries who are in deep need of resources and aids like this. Thank you.
For our last question, is there any delegate who would like to question or has any concerns with the resolution presented by Russia? Are there any delegates who have concerns regarding Russia's resolution?
Chair,
Last,
Singapore is raising their hand.
Singapore, you have been recognized.
In regards to clause number 4, um, where it's mentioned that you emphasizes the action providing urgent resources that various schools need. In regards to this, do you also plan to gather aid from other countries if, like the delegate of Luxembourg mentioned earlier, the country state in mention isn't capable of providing urgent resources?
Thank you, Delegate of Singapore. Of course, we would not uh, have countries who isn't capable of helping financially aiding this aid, but we would like to encourage countries who are privileged enough uh, to have sufficient to have sufficient to have sufficient needs in terms of education, who would like to voluntarily financially aid, or also could also mm, aid and give out, for example, learning materials, technologies, and such. That's all.
With our points of questioning now closed, let us proceed with the voting on whether or not we are to pass this resolution as a committee resolution. For those who are in favor of passing this resolution, kindly raise your hands in the participants panel so that you may be recorded. For those who are in favor of Russia's resolution, please. The delegate of Norway has been recognized. The delegate of Albania has been recognized. Delegate of Russia has been recognized. Are there any more delegates who would like to be part of those who approve of this resolution? Please raise your hand. Moving on, please put down your hands. For those who are not in favor of passing this resolution, please raise your hand. For those who are not in favor of passing the resolution, please raise your hand. Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been acknowledged. Delegate of New Zealand, you have been acknowledged. Delegate of Singapore, you have been acknowledged. Delegate of the Philippines, you have been acknowledged. Okay, please raise down your hand. If no one else wishes to vote, I will be moving on to abstain. For delegates who have no opinion regarding the resolution, please raise your hand if you wish to vote for abstain. Those who did not raise their hand in either yes or no are automatically placed within this category. We are now closing our votes. Please give us a moment so that we may tally our votes to see whether this resolution shall be passed or not. Seeing as the majority rejected this paper, unfortunately, your draft resolution is not approved by the committee. Let's proceed with the next block. Block represented by New Zealand, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to present. Your timer will begin once you speak.
Hello, delegates. I am here to present you the draft resolution of Luxembourg, New Zealand, Philippines, and Singapore. And we recognizes that there is a need for change in education policies in order to in order for it to be able to the to be available to the whole population. Then, acknowledging that there may be other alternatives for education during the pandemic, and fully aware that despite the efforts undertaken by the international community to make education available during the pandemic, many are unable to access education. Then emphasizes on the well-being of students due to prolonged exposure of the online environment, and expresses its hope that state governments grant its full support towards the implementations taken to make education more accessible virtually or physically, and recognizes that safety is the number one priority of students and teachers. Online distance learning is a solution to make classes continue in the pandemic, and one encourages other countries to comply with the goals and policy creations or changes to request the improvement of infrastructure in developing countries in order for access to online education. 3. Request the improvement of infrastructure. And then number 3 recommends the provision of information regarding how to access and or use technology relevant to online classes. 4. Further requests the government and local private institutions to provide a certain amount of aid to ensure student participation in an online setting. 5. Urges educational institutions to collect feedback from the students and adapt accordingly. And 6. Stresses the continuing need for affordable education. and I yield my time to the chair.
Representative of Block 2, are you open to points of information? And if so, how many are you willing to entertain?
Uh, Wait, come again?
Are you open to points of information? And if so, how many are you willing to entertain?
Yes, and I'm willing to entertain too.
Delegates, is there anyone who has concerns in regards to New Zealand's resolution? Please raise your hand so that you may be recognized. Delegate of Russia, you have been acknowledged.
Hey, good day to you, Delegate of New Zealand. You have stated here in your draft resolution, you have recognizes that there is a need for a change in education policies. What type of education policies uh, would need change? I mean, in terms of what what are these policies that needs changing in order to uh, in order for people for the whole population to get a grasp of education.
Uh, if it When it comes to physical classes, of course, students and teachers were required to wear a mask and a face shield to prevent the spread of the virus.
Are there any delegates who have concerns regarding this resolution? We are open to one more question. Delegate of Norway, you have been recognized.
Before proceeding with my point of information, may the delegate of the Kingdom of Norway raise a point of personal privilege?
Yes.
May the document be zoomed out fully so the entire document can be seen?
Delegate of Norway, you have been recognized.
May the delegate of the Kingdom of Norway raise a point of personal privilege?
Oh,
Delegate of Norway, you have been acknowledged.
May the document be zoomed out fully so it can be seen entirely?
Yes. How do I do that?
Chair, please mute your mic.
The delegate of the Kingdom of Norway would like to ask a question regarding this resolution, this draft resolution.
Norway, you are acknowledged.
Regarding the entirety, or in general, the 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 second part of this draft resolution, it seems that you're mostly putting in time and effort and finance into education. What would happen to other, what would happen to other needs such as arts and culture, medical, the military? How much of time, effort, and finance are you willing to put into education?
Uh, Wait, can you please tell me the question again?
It
Sorry.
seems that the statement of the second part of the draft resolution is focusing on the educational sector only. Focusing the time, effort, and finance of a country on the educational sector only. How much of time, effort, and finance are you willing to invest in the education sector when we have other sectors such as the military sector, the medical sector, arts and culture sector, and the sanitation sector?
Uh, we're not only gonna improve education, but we're also gonna improve military and all and other important things. And education is not only our wait, education is not the only thing that we need to improve. There are other things that we need to improve, like military.
Okay, thank you. Apparently, we have a question from one of our audiences for New Zealand. The question is, what if the problem is not with education, but with telecommunications infrastructures?
If education is not the problem, and
It is with the telecommunications infrastructures.
if that is a main problem in New Zealand, then we will try to improve everything we can.
With our point of questions closed, we will now proceed to voting. For those in favor of passing this resolution, please raise your hand in the participants panel. Delegate of Norway, you have been recognized. Delegate of New Zealand, you have been recognized. Delegate of Luxembourg, you have been recognized. Delegate of the Philippines, you have been recognized. Delegate of Singapore, you have been recognized. Delegate of Albania, you have been recognized. We will now move on to our votes. For those who oppose the passing of this resolution, please put down your hands. For those who oppose the resolution, please raise your hands. Delegate of Russia, you have been recognized. Will there be any other delegates who would like to oppose the passing of this resolution? If none, let us proceed with voting for abstain. Are there any delegates who would like to abstain the passing of this resolution? Please raise your hands. For those who pick neither yes or no, you will be automatically placed in this category as well. We will now close our voting. Please give us a moment to tally our votes. Seeing as majority have agreed to passing this draft resolution, congratulations to delegates of Block 2 on having your resolutions approved. The Chair hopes that it passes as a resolution during the General Assembly. Thank you, delegates, and congratulations on your approved draft resolutions. See you in the General Assembly, and this meeting is adjourned.
Hello. I would just like to thank everyone, to the delegates, especially those who participated today. And thank you everyone for your coordination and participation into making the draft resolutions which will be presented in the General Assembly this Saturday. So I hope for the block that was chosen as a representative for the committee would prepare the draft resolution by Saturday. The conference will start at 8, and I hope to see you there, guys. Thank you. Wait, can everyone have a group picture though? As requested by Sir Ramon. So, who will take the picture?
Ikaw.
Okay.
Asan si Kit? Kit?
It's fine. Let's take a photo with my background.
Sige, 1, 2, 3. Smile.
What she talking?
Okay, thank you, delegates. Thank you, everyone, to the grade 10 and to the grade 11 and 12, and to everyone who watched this conference and stayed with us until the end. Thank you so much. We hope to see you on Saturday for the next conference and the General Assembly. Thank you. This meeting is now